Hello and welcome to my playthrough of Vampyr, going for the London's Burning trophy and also getting the worst ending that you can. Story mode, play Vampyr with low challenge. This will cut an important part of the experience, but will allow you to enjoy the story and explore with little danger. Combat is very easy, there is no reward for finishing this mode without killing any citizens. Normal mode, play the original Vampyr experience. Character progression is faster if you kill citizens. Combat difficulty is linked to the number of citizens you kill. Hard mode, play Vampyr in a more challenging way. Your power as a vampire is tied to the citizens you choose to embrace. Enemies are harder to kill and hit harder. Experience points rewarded by killing enemies in combat are reduced. We're going to go with normal.
"12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
Death. Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment, a righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
Sorry, brother. What have you done?
Mary! Oh, no! Mary! Hold on! Please, hold on! Oh, God. Oh, no. Mary. Mary. No. No. This horror. It's a nightmare. No! Please, a moment, let me explain! These patrols are after me. No! No! Don't shoot! This is a nightmare. I need to get out of here. This can't be happening. No! Please! Stop! I mean you no harm. What's going on? Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about?
Shit, where'd it go?
Now, I can defend myself.
Tricky bastards. Kill that thing!
Who are you? Stay back! Sorry, but you left me no choice. Who are you? Stupid beast!
Doesn't like fire, does it?
Sorry.
Over there! There's one of them
No,
burning!
please, stop! Who are you?
I'll take his head!
What do you want? I mean you no harm. I need help.
Die, you fucking leech!
Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this.
Shut up, beast!
Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name?
I'll do the rest of the job.
Just leave me. The sun. It feels like it's burning me to the bone.
Hey there, Sona. This upcoming wind is brutal. Better not be caught out in it then. That's for sure. How's things? Hey, Pedersen. Welcome. Yeah, this is my second playthrough. The first playthrough I got one of the bad endings, so for this playthrough I wanted to get the really bad ending. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie movie scene impression as well. Hey there, Deadly Vulture. You would never hug a vampire. I don't blame you. Well, I mean, I guess it would depend, because there might be some things about being a vampire that might actually be good. So in bats, for example, they do not see your veins, but they hear the blood moving fastest, moving towards your heart. Oh, cool. Yeah. Just hope that they're not actual vampires pretending to be a bat. Hey, Mr. Gote. Good evening to you as well, dude. How's things? And thank you. Yeah, I've been looking forward to doing another playthrough of this because I really liked the game the first time around. Hey, Dobledore. Good morning. Good morning again. You've played it before, Dobledore? Cool. Yeah, this is my second run of it. I played it early last year for the first time. Hey, Keone. How's things going? Welcome on in. Yeah, Dobledore. Yeah, spoilers are fine. Yeah, you can talk about spoilers. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. You get to have a rod stream this morning on your counselling day where you don't have to leave the house for another 2.5 hours. Oh, great timing then, Lucinda. That's cool. Good morning to you as well. I decided that I would want to do another playthrough, so I thought, well, I'll slot it into Tuesdays. But I won't be doing early Tuesday streams, though. I'll be doing late Tuesday streams of this game because, well, it's a horror game, and I feel like doing this playthrough when it's night time for me, not when it's, bright and early afternoon. Alright, so I've got a scene. The house looked European, like maybe if you get a postcard from Italy or something. Like that one. In fact, just like that one. The bad guys are in there. You know something? I think you should be wearing this. I don't think I've earned it yet. You don't understand. You just solved the entire case. You just revolutionized the entire history of police training. I mean, all these years at the academy, studying human character, psyche of the terrorists, fingerprint analysis, all the courses that I've taken in surveillance, hostage negotiation, and criminal psychology, when all I have to do is drive around the neighborhood, point my finger at a house and say, the bad guys are in the air. You think you're funny, don't you? I know I am. I'm the famous comedian, Arnold Braunschweiger. Schwarzenegger. Gesundheit. Little bit of an extra one to make it longer. Let's say this is a movie. How many times have you heard someone say, stay in the car, and the guy doesn't? What happens? He saves the day or gets killed. That's from Last Action Hero. Thanks for redeeming that. Mr. Gote, great, you got Silent Hill 2 Remake 100% done now. You're having a break from collecting achievements, just playing Midnight Suns instead. GG's on that, dude. That is really, really good. Congratulations. Exactly, Lucinda, as a vampire should. Indeed. Hey there, Lucas. I hope things are going well. Hey, Dr. Darling. You knew there would be a secret, not-so-secret stream. Yeah, I was looking at my schedule, and I was looking at some games that I wanted to play again, and I thought, well, there's some games that I would want to actually slot in and get them done early this year to free up time for later as well. So I thought Vampyr would be a good choice because I think also killing all the citizens is going to make the playthrough perhaps maybe shorter because well, I think the game gets easier if you have more districts fallen and more, people killed. So a German walks into a bar and asks for a martini. Bartender replies dry. The German replies no, just one. Sorry, I don't get it.
I need to find somewhere to hide. Let me go! I need to find shelter. Is anybody there? What is this place? The place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
What have you done?
Mary! Mary! Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
Dumbledore, the story is so good, but the gameplay is to be desired. I definitely remember some points of frustration, but I don't know if that's also due to which weapon I decided to stick with, because I stuck with the scythe for the whole playthrough. But for this playthrough, I'm going to choose a different weapon, though. I'm not going to go with that. Dr. Elling, your favorite voice actor after Rod? Yeah, Anthony Howell's great. Hey, Mr. Newt. Dry as how the Germans would say three. Ah, so that's what the joke is. The word three in German is dry. So you don't know how to spell it in German, but the German thought he wanted 3 martinis instead of 1. Oh yes, so the spelling is D-R-E-I. Well, that's fair enough, though Sona too, as well. Like, I wouldn't have known myself either. But now I get the joke, though. Fire and sun. Leeches do not fear the sun or fire, and they do not burst into flames or ashes when they are caught under rays of daylight. But it hurts them good, really good. I have personally chained a vampire to a tree to see what would happen when the sun rises. Its skin blackened in a few minutes as if it was burning from the inside. Its eyes and flesh melted, and I saw its unholy bones move and squeal as the beast tried to escape all day long. In the end, only a desiccated corpse remained, which started to slowly regenerate when the sun disappeared behind the horizon. I cut its head off to finally destroy it, and when I tried the same test with fire, the bloody leech never came back from the ashes. Fire is our weapon of choice, brothers. To burn the beast is the best way to kill it for good. From Know Your Enemies by Carl Eldritch, Pre-Win Leader.
Wait. This one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch?
Beautiful it is. We fancy it and share the takings.
I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve.
That's impossible.
Dreams for the Red Queen that sleeps under crown of stone, that she might linger longer, her eyes as white as gold.
Who goes there?
A prayer for the summoned by warrior song. A child born from darkness must accept of his power.
Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish. I still have so much left that needs doing.
Hey there, Stan. Actually, it is spelled Vampire. Actually, the word vampire is an alternative archaic or fantasy spelling of vampire, meaning an undead creature, while vampire is the modern standard spelling. Vampyr, this spelling is considered archaic or used more in fantasy contexts. Vampire, this is the modern and standard spelling of the word, meaning both spellings refer to the same concept, a mythical undead creature that feeds on blood. Etymology. The English term vampire is derived from the German Vampyr, which in turn comes from the Serbian... I can't read Serbian. How's it going, Stan? Welcome on in.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now!
No! There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing. No, it never got easy.
Stan, you're just trying to put up with English language, shaking my head, tisk tisk. Oh yeah, I don't blame you though. In seriousness, there's just so many different ways to, spell things, and then you get people, taking names that were traditionally spelled either one way or two ways, and then coming up with a third as well. Dr. Darling, today is the day about the devil in me. Very nice, dude. GG's again on finishing Little Hope. That's still not too bad, getting 3 out of 5 to survive, because it's pretty damn tricky to get all of them to actually survive as well. I'm doing really good, thanks, Stan. I had a good day today, and I was looking at things and I was like, there's games I'd like to get to this year that if I don't put them in somewhere in the schedule early in the year, like the first 6 months of the year, I probably won't fit them in later. So I thought I would do this game, a second playthrough, every Tuesday, but late my time. So I won't be doing 2 streams of this every Tuesday, just 1 stream later my time. because I wanted to do something too that was later in the evening, and so I thought this would be perfect too because I love horror stuff, of course, and it's really good playing horror games when it's nighttime. Like, I don't mind playing them when it's daytime, but it adds an extra level of immersion for me if I'm playing it at nighttime. But things are going well. So on the schedule, we've got this, and then Wednesday to Friday will be Red Dead Redemption 2. Then Saturday to Monday is Ghost of Tsushima. When I finish Red Dead 2, I'll be jumping into my annual Assassin's Creed runs because I need to get them started too as well. I've got 17 games ahead of me for that playthrough series. But I won't be doing them one after the other. I'll be doing them in groups. I've got four groups of games that I'll be doing. And I'll be doing 2 games in a different order. I'll be doing Mirage first and then Valhalla, instead of doing Valhalla and Mirage. The only thing that will make it confusing is the small present day section in Mirage, because it takes place after Valhalla's present time as well. But it's such a short scene as well. It's not really that consequential. So Nassim, you preferred to play horror games at night as well. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's just really cool. There are some like horror games that are set in the daytime that are pretty effective as well. Stan, will you be doing Shadows as well? I won't be, Stan. No. Yeah, Shadows won't be part of that playthrough series. If I do decide to play it, and at the moment there's a 10% chance, if I do decide to play it, it'll be next year and it'll be after it's on heavy sale as well. And I'll just be doing it for the sake of playing through the game. I won't be too worried about the story and all that kind of stuff, because I've already seen the ending and I know what happens in present day, and not looking good. Bloody diary. 15th October. Bad sleep. Becky coughed all night, and the fever made her delirious. I heard a loud noise in the morning. It's a big machine some men brought by the banks to dig a big hole in the ground. It was some sort of mechanical shovel. Maybe I could go there and ask for some work? Becky needs medicine. 16th of October. I talked to the men with the mechanical shovel. They told me they are digging mass graves all around London. Safety measures, apparently. Is there a new epidemic? Is the flu coming back? They had no work for me. Becky slept a little last night. The foundry has been closed and there are no more jobs nearby. 19th of October. I went to London to find some groceries and drugs. No trains. It took me the whole day to cross the Thames and come back. Becky seemed better. I made a soup she ate. I found no drugs, only a few syringes, and some sleeping pills on the black market. We have no money left. Maybe I could go to Pembroke Hospital tomorrow, but it's so far, and I fear leaving my wife for so long. 19th of October. Becky threw up the meal a few hours after she ate. She is so frail now, it makes me cry. She says she hears voices outside at night. She says she wants to eat meat. Where would I find meat? Tomorrow I'll barricade the house to protect us from looters. 21st of October. The men with the mechanical shovel have stopped digging in the mass grave. I heard shouts last night, as if they were attacked. Now there are only a few boats throwing bodies day and night into the giant hole. The smell is terrible. We should have left this house a week ago. But Becky, she refuses to leave. She'd rather die, she said, with a nasty smile. Why is she torturing me so? 22nd of October. Becky just attacked me. She jumped on me from the stairs and tried to bite me. I had to smack her, but she smacked me back. I went upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom. Now I can hear her crying and mumbling downstairs. I retrieved the gun I hid in the ceiling since the war to protect the house. Now I'm ready to use it to protect myself from my own wife. 23rd of October. I could not sleep at all. Becky spent the whole night scratching at the door, asking for my help, begging me to let her in. But I was too afraid to open it. I'm just waiting for her to die now. It would not be long. I pray God it will end soon. 24th of October. I was so hungry, I tried to go downstairs this morning. Becky was sitting in the armchair by the chimney. She was panting like a dog, looking at me without moving, just following me around the room with her eyes. I pointed the gun at her sore face, but she did not react. I could not pull the trigger. I went back to my room. 25th of October. The house is silent like a tomb. No more noises. Becky is dead now. Forgive me, my love. I was unable to save you. I'll be with you soon enough. So now the one thing you're truly scared of at night time are mirrors. Oh yeah. There's been some horror movies that have used mirrors. There was that Oculus movie, which I didn't like the ending to that. I thought it was pretty. I thought it was pretty too predictable and just not satisfying at all. Stan, also horror games are always in dark, so playing them in daylight is very hard. You can't see shit on screen. That's true, unless you have all like your curtains and everything closed to help. But yeah.
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it. So be it. Rational thinking only. This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
Madness it is, as mad as the moon, who takes blinding sunlight into a glowing reflection.
So now this was a fear born before the end of middle school. You remember seeing a shadow in the mirror while looking where they stood and nothing was there? Damn, that would definitely be friggin' freaky, you know? It's like, too, when at night time you swear you see something out of the corner of your eye as well. Lucinda, I saw you put one of the songs from this game's soundtrack in the Discord. Did the same people who did the Plague Tale game soundtracks to this games, like all of it? Absolutely. Yeah, Oliver, I can't pronounce his last name. I'll see if I can, looking at the name again. Because that sometimes helps me, if I see the name again. I think it's, well, it's probably not pronounced this way, but I'll give it a shot. Actually, it's Olivier, sorry. Olivier Deriviere, who also did the music for, not the whole soundtrack for Freedom Cry, but there was some traditional songs that were done, but he did all the instrumental kind of bits for that DLC. Oh yeah, listen, it's really cool. I like his use of violins as well. Like he uses it a lot in the Plague Tale games and also in this game too, as well. Evolution. Hideout beds allow you to evolve and rest. Spend experience points to level up and improve your vampiric skills. Sona, thank you so very much for gifting the gift sub to Mr. Newt. Thank you very much for doing that. And congratulations, Mr. Newt, for the gift sub as well. Thank you so very much, Sona. Really appreciate that. Autophagy. Begin by selecting the available skill. You drain your own blood to heal normal and aggravated damage instantly. Autophagy. Passive. The vampire uses the power of his blood to heal normal and aggravated damage, increasing his flesh, nerve, and bone regeneration. With time, this vampiric ability can be extremely powerful and is sure to surprise any unwary vampire hunter. We think of vampires as immortal, but if you can block their unnatural regenerative capabilities, they are more vulnerable than you think. You have enough XP to unlock an aggressive skill. Shadow Mist. Place a cloud of shadows at the target's feet, or yours. The cloud will explode after a short time, causing heavy damage. The vampire concentrates shadows around their prey to make them explode after a countdown. This explosion will injure anything in range with needle-like living spears. Vampires often use this ability to wipe out groups of enemies from a distance. They think they can challenge us with their tools, but no one can defeat the shadows. Sona, welcome, my dude. You always appreciate a positive conversation. Thank you so much, Sona. And that's good that you find that with the channel as well. That's always appreciated too.
That voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
Chapter 1, Quarantine. Conduct research on my new condition. Eternal Thirst. Identify and confront the vampire who created me. Night is here again. I am in London now, somewhere near the East End docks. I suppose. I don't know this part of town. All I know is this. Someone is killing people. Here. Murdering them. Butchering them. Drinking their blood. Making them like him? Is this what happened to me? My poor Mary. My poor sister. I must follow the blood trail. Find answers. Maybe I should start by gathering information about what happened to this place while I was away. Then I will find who did this to me, who made me what I am now. Used machete. A broad blade often used by sailors and fishermen. Used revolver. A reliable service pistol used by British troops as their standard sidearm. Bullet. Standard bullet for a revolver, semi-automatic, or parabellum. When maximum ammunition capacity is reached, any extra bullets will be stored in your stash. We've got a watch. Good resale value. This item can be recycled into components. A bottle of alcohol. Average resale value. This item can be recycled into components. Alright, so I already read that. That bloody diary.
clothes.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Here's the leech. Here! Oh, fuck you!
My head's spinning.
Oi! Come out, you coward! Clever fucking beast!
It's locked, all right.
Offhand weapons can be used by pressing triangle. They have attacks for special effects and consume stamina. Used stake, a sharpened wooden stick designed to pierce vampires' hearts. Dumbledore, it's locked alright. Funny how he says that. It's like the door is locked. It's locked. It's locked, I tell you. What is this? Silent Hill? Locked Door Hill, I mean?
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Stun. Press triangle to use your stake and inflict stun damage. A stunned enemy can be bitten. Stand must be barred from the other side. Eye twitch. Must be barred from the other side. Must be barred from the other side. Must be barred from the other side. Other side. Barred. Other side. Must be.
Die, vermin! There's one of them vermin!
Bite. Press X to bite a stunned enemy. Biting an enemy provides you with blood to use skills and also refills your health gauge. In the cartoon, Count Duckula, in the intro, it shows how he gets resurrected. And I think the name of the character is Nanny or something. Anyway, part of the ritual requires blood. And when they're like, go get the blood. It's not the exact quote, but when they say go get the blood, she's like, I'll get it! But she actually gets ketchup instead. Which then makes it the Count Duckula doesn't actually want to suck the blood of people. So now you will admit that you've missed the early gameplay, so these interactions breathe fresh air into the game. Oh, nice, Sona, that's cool. Yeah, it's interesting when you come into a game, when someone's streaming it, when they're fairly, fair way into it. Or even if they're still in the first, quarter of the game, but you haven't seen the actual start as well. Because it provides some extra context that, might not be 100% noticeable from where you come into the story at.
A strength I never knew I had.
Now that you have blood, press R1 to unleash a vampire skill.
Oh, this one stinks already. Stupid beast!
This shouldn't be possible. Every sinew, every fiber of my being is afire. I feel like a child learning the limits of my body.
You're mine, vermin!
my reflexes. I'm not human anymore. My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us.
Join the ranks. Your king and country need you. Join the redacted and help redacted.
This is despicable.
Dumbledore, lol, when he eats the rats. There'll definitely be a lot of that in this playthrough.
I have this thirst for blood.
Aluminium powder. A small amount of aluminium powder that probably comes from a factory can be used as filler metal for welding. Shelter key. Key of the shelter in Southwark. Yeah, Dumbledore, nom nom. Pedersen, welcome to the Black Death. That's true. Yeah, the plague epidemic. It was interesting the timing when this game came out as well. Wasn't it 2019 or 2018? I think it was 2018. Yeah, 2018. So a couple of years before COVID. Eating rats.
Dizziness from the jump. I can now control
it. Dr. Darling, eating rats? Delicious.
This is despicable.
That's... Oh. That's not how Daffy Duck sounds. I was almost trying to do Gollum with a lisp. Stan, you love how as this conversation happened, Crooked Stream notification came for a Plague Requiem. Oh, nice timing, Stan. That's cool. Yeah, I was wondering when he was going to be streaming next, because his schedule is different now. But it'll be good to raid out to Crooked streaming that game, considering this game also has the same composer for the music.
What will London have to say to me?
You're a vampire, ain't it?
I've so many questions unanswered.
District status stable for now.
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant.
Senses. Toggle your vampiric senses.
Fresh blood. The smell is so strong.
Aluminium shard. A shard of aluminium that probably comes from a shipyard can be used as filler metal for welding.
This is a slaughterhouse. It's locked, all right. There is no one in sight.
So he's still trying to figure out how the R pronunciation in Saw. Yeah, I guess it's just one of those things that, because I'm not always conscious about it, I'm not actually recognizing when I say the word Saw with an R at the end of it.
Where has everyone gone? That's strange. The trail is very erratic, as if the killer was drunk or hesitant.
Torn off page of a diary. For looking away when they mock my color, I hate myself. For crying like a girl when they insult me, I hate myself. For swearing like a boy when they're gone, I hate myself. For hating my parents, I hate myself. For smiling when customers call me Sad Brina, I hate myself. For never finding the courage to tell Tom how I truly feel, I hate myself. Hey there, Inmita. Hello there, Vampire Dr. Reed. Welcome, dude. How's it going today? Screw. A simple metal screw that can be used in a ranged weapons mechanism. Awesome to hear, Inmita. That's great, dude. As for me, I'm doing good. Had a good day today. I thought I would actually do a playthrough of this early this year, before it gets too crazy with my game list. So no, it's an unconscious tick in regional languages. If you were to happen to hear you talk for hours at a time, your dialect would come out too. Oh yeah, and that's totally fair as well. And even when people have accents, they can also have their own way of saying words as well, or pronouncing certain things. Cheers, Inmita. Thanks, dude. You really like this game. It is a good one. I wanted to go for the very bad ending, so there won't be many people left unembraced. Citizen? Hints. You just discovered a hint. It reveals a secret about a citizen or someone related to them. Citizen details. As a vampire, you need human blood to evolve. The blood quality bar indicates the XP you will earn if you feed on this citizen. Unlocked hints increase the amount of XP. Sabrina hides her true feelings about her boss Tom Watts. The blood quality of the citizens is largely influenced by their health and the number of hints you gathered before embracing him or her. Sabrina Cavendish, unknown health issues. Meta, nice. You like the evil playthrough you did. It's very satisfying. It's good when games can provide that too, as well. Because when I played it the first time, there were certain characters I marked as I'm gonna, turn them. And then there were others where I was like, nah, I'll just leave them be.
Am I stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
War Munitions Volunteers. Britons working together. Skilled workers in engineering and kindred trades enroll today as War Munitions Volunteers. Support the men at the front with a plentiful supply of munitions. You will not suffer in wages. Get into the factory line and feed the firing line. Would you like to know more? Your army needs you. Join at once today. Would you like to know more? Ask at your nearest recruiting office. It's like, and why do you think you would be fit to join the army? Well, I've played Call of Duty for 24 hours a day for 6 months, and I think I'm ready to actually go into battle. And they'd be like, sure thing, we'll sign you on right now. I'm sure you'll do fine. In Meta, you think you reach level 54 or something and you could kill other vampires so easily? Oh, very nice. There's definitely something satisfying about that. Especially enemy types that are really annoying as well. Door, you reached level 30. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I don't know now what level I got up to in my first playthrough. And me too, yeah, those other econs you fight are so annoying when you're low level. Absolutely. I also hate the human enemies with the big friggin' wrist blade as well. They're friggin' annoying.
I will return later.
Can't enter. The house is empty. That's no good. That's not acceptable. They should be waiting for a vampire 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hey there, Biko. How's things going? And Meta? Oh yes, those ones too. Friggin' annoying. Then you got the ones with the flamethrowers.
According to the blood patterns, that's where the victim was attacked. So that must be the killer's trail.
Hideout. You just found a new hideout. Here you can spend your XP while resting or craft items at the workbench. Common trigger part. Part of a firing mechanism that can be used to assemble a common trigger for any ranged weapon. Common handle part. Part of a handle that can be used to assemble a common handle for any melee weapon. Crafting. On a workbench, you can craft medical treatments to heal sick citizens, serums to boost yourself, weapon upgrades to improve and customize your weapons. Treatment for fatigue. Use it to cure a sick citizen during a dialogue. Treatment for anemia. Treatment for sepsis. Hey there, AC. Welcome, dude. Hope things are going well.
At last, a little life.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess. No?
Jack, it didn't deserve this.
Welcome, sir, to the Turquoise Turtle.
Whoever he may be, the killer recently entered this bar. Maybe some of the locals saw him.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom, then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, now all these terrible murders.
The murders? What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
Hey there, Gorky. How's things going?
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah. Killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
Oh, nice, Gorky. That's great.
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
Thank you, Sona, for leaving the lurk. Thank you very much.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
I'll leave then. Thank you. Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
Oh yes, and that's the intention for this playthrough. For things to get worse. Amita, she's not scared of vampires. Oh no. She's like, vampires? Pfft, whatever.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
Absolutely, Dumbledore. All the characters in all the districts are going to be killed.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess. No?
Amita, can you give a tip and advice? Sure, yeah.
He didn't deserve this.
Damn it.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
Dumbledore, not thirsty. It's like he can't drink alcohol. I mean, he probably can still, but it might not taste that good. In me to the best chapter to start killing everyone is chapter 5. Make sure to have them healthy as well until that point. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because my plan was to wait a little bit anyway, because I wanted to make sure that I had as much information on the characters first as well, so that I would get the maximum amount of XP from embracing them and stuff.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business. You hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
Damn it. I think drink no longer stirs me.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom, then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
In MT, yeah, you can start earlier as well, but you get more XP later on. Also, some characters cannot be embraced early on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they probably had to make sure that there was some kind of like barriers in place so that players couldn't just kill everyone straight away, and then maybe, you know, there might be some things they didn't want to have the player be able to do after having done that.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Knock, knock.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you? I mean you no harm.
Saith the vampire.
Present yourself. I need a word. Would anyone?
that's something I can do for you. And who might you be?
Dr. Edgar Swansea. Come here. Let me bite you. Wait. When did I turn into a vampire? Hey there, Zareth. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression. How's things?
Tell me, who are you?
First, tell me what you want. Then I may tell you.
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
You seem the expert. How would that be?
I have my secrets, as you have yours.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
Dobodo, coffee. Coffee is delicious.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
A shadow, indeed. Yet I heard his voice in my head. There was a moment I believed I was mad.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again. Would you be so kind as to leave the room?
Fine, but not before taking 5 shillings. Ha!
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
Who is your daddy and what does he do? Hey there, Storm. How's things going?
I asked my daughter to give me the phone book. She laughed at me, called me a dinosaur, and handed me her iPhone. So, the spider is dead, the iPhone is broken, and my daughter is pissed.
Very nice, dude. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. I like that. It's got a great setup as well. Oh, nice to hear, Storm. That's great. Glad to hear that you're going good.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight. And I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please, tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk, as usual. My God, his eyes, his face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin, his hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the canning factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
Tom and William Bishop used to be good friends.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
I'll leave you to your bottle, then.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
Citizen hints. As a vampire, you can force a citizen to reveal information thanks to a hint you've discovered.
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Who is he?
William. Just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. He can barely stand up most of the time.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What do you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess.
Poor Jack. He didn't deserve this.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city.
Opportunity attack. Out of combat, silently behind an enemy.
Over there!
Dr. Darling, your choice, as long as it's not from Twilight. Enemy card. Press L3 to spot enemies around and display their enemy cards. Resistances. Some enemies are more resistant to certain types of damage. There are 4 types of resistances. Physical, melee, ranged. Powers, blood, shadow. Orange indicates a medium resistance. Red indicates a high resistance.
But I've only been part of the guard 3 weeks to the day. All the more reason to shut it, Mr. Billy. If the man says a bloodsucker's dug in here, you've but one job, and that's to find it. And find it fast. It's fair enough, Tom. But why do they hide where it's so damn cold?
Alright, so I've got a one. So, what do you do? I'm a vampire. That's something I've never heard before. You mean this literally, I take it? Absolutely. I was waiting for you in that alleyway, watching you watching me, and then you began to speak. What a lucky break for me. Perhaps lucky for the both of us. You said you were waiting for me. What were you going to do? Kill me, drink my blood, all that stuff? Yes, but you needn't be concerned with that now. You really believe this, don't you, that you're a vampire? We can't begin this way. Let me turn on the light. I thought vampires didn't like the light. We love it. I only wanted to prepare you. That's from Interview with the Vampire. Thanks for redeeming that random vampire movie quote, Dr. Darling. A gawky bloodsucker. Absolutely. There's a lot of that going to happen in this playthrough. Ranged weapons. Equip and press triangle to use your ranged weapons and inflict both standard damage and stun damage. Be aware that your ammo is limited.
Ammunition crate. Good. I may need a lot of bullets. I feel like I'm back on the front line again.
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
Lead plate. A greasy lead plate of some machine. It can be used to improve the balance of any medium-sized melee weapon. Grease. A small amount of industrial lubricant, which can be used for ranged weapon mechanisms.
Skills like fucking me! Lead spotted! Yeah! Filthy piece of shit!
Dr. Darling, you still remember Rod raging because was unable to find an upgrade material in the first playthrough? Yeah, I can't remember what material it was now. That was so last year. I looked at my save file from last year as well. I think it was February last year when I actually played it for the first time. I didn't realize I played it that close to the start of last year. I remember at the start of last year too, I eventually dropped it because it was kind of not that interesting. But I started off naming each stream a certain thing. And I remember for this game, I named each stream after a vampire movie or book title. It's so funny, you know, like, I start off a stream year with certain ways of doing things in mind, and then I just eventually abandon it and go, nah. So now I just stick to having, you know, part 1 to 50, part 100, you know.
Over there! It's an eat! Over there! Fuck it! It's one of those vermin! It's down! Finish it!
New practices, new tactics. I know that some of our companions consider that the best advantage we have in our fight against leeches is that they can't go out during the day. Thus we can hunt them down when they hide, powerless in their sleep. This is a rookie mistake. First, because vampires are clever, and they have countless ruses and tricks to avoid being spotted in their den. Second, because they deploy many deadly traps to kill any intruders in what they consider their most precious sanctuary. It would cost us too much men and too much time to explore and eradicate vampires in their hideouts. The best tactic is to follow and destroy them when they really are vulnerable, when they hunt at night. It is much easier to attack them then, for they can be easily spotted. That's why the Garda pre-Wen must evolve and deploy new tactics to hunt leeches. Small and mobile patrols, tactics based on technological advantages, modern communications. We can learn many things from the war in France, new strategy, new equipment, and new weaponry. Grenades, white phosphorus, ultraviolet light, bulletproof vests, and flamethrower. It is time for the Guard to embrace the 20th century. From A New War by Geoffrey McCullum, pre-Wen leader. A used Lupara. A sawn-off shotgun, mostly used as a short-range defensive weapon.
Over there!
Rats and hideouts. Rats are often located near hideouts. Using sensors L3 will help you locate them more easily.
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
A lead rod. A simple lead rod, probably stolen from a factory, can be used to improve the balance of any large melee weapon.
Let go of me. Oh my God, William. I can't stand it anymore.
Two-handed weapons. Equip a two-handed weapon and press triangle to use its special ability. The scythe, for instance, can be used to parry an incoming attack, inflicting heavy stun damage if timed correctly. In my first playthrough, I actually used this for the whole playthrough, but I'm going to actually choose a different weapon. A large scythe blade mounted on a long wooden stick. Weapon ability parry.
This place reeks of bloodshed.
You're my only friend. I know you're hurt, William. Alas, you must give me permission to leave. I'll not betray your trust.
It's this first, you see. I need a drink. I'm so thirsty.
Stay with me, William. As one, we shall overcome this. We've done it before.
No. I had a drink outside tonight already and it did not quench my thirst. I must have more.
Oh, dear God. Not again. William, please stop.
Just a sip.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Used bludgeon, a wooden stick reinforced with a metal edge, destined to crush skull and bones. Well, a certain other skull and bones got crushed recently. Ish. Biko never seen this game ever before, not even one glimpse. You've seen front covers, but not even a trailer. Diddly squat you've seen. Well, it's cool that this is the first time you're seeing any gameplay, Biko. I played this for the first time last year, towards the start of last year, and I got one particular ending, which was one of the bad ones. There's 2 bad ones and 2 good ones. So for this playthrough, I wanted to do the worst ending.
William, please, stop. Let me go. William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
We knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by skull?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat, and we can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Blood sample of William Bishop. A fresh sample of William Bishop's blood in a small tube.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? Who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it! I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
And for that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this... affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed, and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
It's my turn!
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the seeds of life. drink at this river. Dry it all.
Christ, that hurts. I'm not dead yet, you bastard. Oh, come on, you bastard. I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse!
I've a mind to let you bleed out. Good luck then, sir.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
Blood quality. The blood quality indicates how much XP you will obtain from a particular citizen. The higher the blood quality, the more XP you get. Oh, Gorky, you want a boat like that? Oh yeah, that was a pretty nice looking boat as well. Dr. Darling, yes, a blood sample. That's right, just a sample. Yeah, double door vampire. Dr. Darling, oh yes, blood transfusions. I'll transfuse some blood for my experiments. Hey there, mamas, welcome on in. You love this game? Oh, that's good. I played it for the first time last year, so I've been looking forward to another run. I got one of the bad endings, so I wanted to go for the worst ending this time around. Mesmerize. To drink the blood of your prey, you first need to mesmerize them to lead them out of sight from others. Your mesmerize level must be equal or higher than the citizen's resistance. Clay Cox. No hints.
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life and death.
Yeah, Double Door, you did as well. Biko, does anyone know the emote vampire to put in the chat? That's a cool one, Biko. That's a cool one. A little small, but there you go. Yeah, there was one that I did, which was this one, I think. Blood Temptation. Press X to embrace Clay Cox or circle to release him. Embracing Clay will provide a massive XP boost, but be aware that there will be consequences. Learning more about citizens and collecting their hints will increase the experience gained. So I'm going to let him go for now, because his XP level is nowhere near the amount that I would like.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
Yeah, Biko, it's a bat. That's a good one. Oh, that is a good one too as well. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Just wanted to check on Crooked's stream of A Plague Tale Requiem. I didn't realize how quick, how like he was literally at the end. I didn't realize how far into the game he got. Dr. Darling wrote on multiple screens, streaming and watching streams. Was wondering why there was a silence. Yeah, I was sort of having a look, and I was like, oh, he's up to that part already. I'll just reduce the video quality because I I had his stream at 1080p and mine's at 1080p. Shit, I need to turn it down on my end too. Just for me watching it, the stream will still be 1080p output, but on my side of things, I've got my stream open and the video open as well of the stream. So I just noticed I was running that at 1080p for myself as well. Biko, you're addicted now, making vampires and bats. Very clever combinations though. Doubled all the map and locked gates frustrated you. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you. There's definitely a lot of places in this game that you wish you could get to quickly as well. Tiny common handle part. Part of a handle that can be used to assemble a good handle for any offhand weapon. Spring. A small but strong steel spring that can be used in a firearm mechanism. Lead stick. A simple lead stick that probably belonged to a fisherman. It can be used to improve the balance of any small-sized melee weapon.
Did I black out? What? What happened? Whoa, I feel giddy. Did I black out?
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
Oh shit, they moved away from where they were. Whoops. Stay at home. Influenza. Frequently complicated with pneumonia. To prevent any case of Spanish flu, stay at home. Double or collecting items was a pain. Yeah, I don't really remember collecting items being annoying for me. Mainly just some enemy types, as well as some frustrations with, I guess, the weapon I was using maybe. That's all right, Emita. Absolutely no worries at all. Thank you for the lurking while working.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Quarantine. Contagious disease. One shall enter or leave quarantine area without written of the local health authority. An unauthorized employee of the shall alter, destroy, or remove this card. Violating this regulation will be fined. Quarantine. Influenza. Keep out of this area. By order of Board of Health. Health Officer. Small bag of junk. High resale value. This item can be recycled into components. Do not cough in public. Prevent disease. Careless spitting, sneezing, coughing spread influenza. Spread by droplets sprayed from nose and throat. Do not cough in public.
To make weight, Doctor. Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
I would like to ask a few questions first. What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The Administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Hey there, Wicked. How's it going? Welcome.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Hospital full. Due to the influenza, this hospital can no longer take any patients. Hospital full. Please go back home.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
Wicked, you're doing good. You finished AC Revelation and dropped the idea for 100% on PC for now because of all broken stuff. Hope Vampyr is going good. GG's, Wicked, on finishing Revelation. That's good. Hopefully the broken stuff gets fixed for you. Vampyr is going well. I played it once before last year and I got the bad ending. So for this playthrough this year I wanted to get the bad ending. So we're definitely going to be killing all the people that we can. Not straight away though, because I want to get their XP level up pretty high before doing so. But I thought I would go for the worst ending and then in future I can go for the other two, the good endings.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything, and it's getting worse every day.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
In Mita, he is very optimistic. Absolutely. Trying to keep optimistic in a time like this too, with all this going on.
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them? Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
This is no time for
The
selfishness.
patients are not
It is the
full.
last thing our
They
patients
know
need.
we are overwhelmed by this horrifying epidemic.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Horrifying epidemic.
Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
Yeah, look at him now. The camera, when you're speaking to characters, you can't actually change the positioning. You can only change on its axis, I guess. You can only swivel around. And so I think what he's actually standing near is obstructing the camera so it can't move to a different position. So it's in the position where Jonathan would be normally, but I can't make it go too far away. So essentially I've managed to have this character with his back to me while talking to him, and the camera in turn is like sort of just like this. Members, the first time you played, you tried hard to play good, then you played again and you were a complete menace, biting and sucking everyone low. Quite satisfying. Yeah, I don't blame you. It is good to play games like that. For me, it's taken a while to get to that point for some games, and other games not so much. Like Red Dead Redemption 2, my current playthrough doing low honor. I've never actually done a low honor focused playthrough of that game in all the years since the game came out, so I've been late to the party on that one, but I definitely want to, see how things are doing it that way. And with this game, I was like, well, I'm going to do another bad ending. I may as well go for the worst one. For Broken Stuff, you just need to mod DLC stuff in to finish that game, or wait for UB to patch what is unlikely, because who would fix a 10-plus-year-old single-player game? Well, F that stuff, let's stuff it with AC Unity next. Yeah, that's the thing too, like, you think for the good of the legacy of certain games that they would do whatever they can to keep them up to date as much as possible.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett. Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
I can't say I'm thrilled to be working here, but to be honest, I didn't have much of a choice.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office now and again.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Your city needs you. City, you. Life saved by efficient medical aid is a blow struck at the flu epidemic. Volunteers make the difference. Wicked. Well, keeping legacy stuff, you had to pull your laptop because you got newer Intel CPU. Good CPU that brings more than 60 FPS. Well, here you got boss fight that crashes instantly. Oh, so that's the other thing too, like having those kinds of things happen where the game will crash because of something that is actually, you know, a graphical thing that's happening in the game, like a visual effect and stuff. I mean, it definitely makes sense, of course, with what parts of a PC are responsible for certain things as well.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
And I thought last summer's epidemic was difficult.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Goodbye, Milton.
Alright, so we now have Milton Hooks, Dr. Corcoran Tippets. Corcoran is convinced that Gwyneth Brannigan is overqualified as a nurse. Corcoran is exhausting himself and refuses to stop working. Gwyneth Brannigan. Gwyneth is overqualified as a nurse, according to Corcoran Tippets. Clay Cox. No hints for him yet. Sean Hampton. No hints for him yet either. Chapter 1, Quarantine. Conduct research on my new condition. Take me to a hospital. Analyze William Bishop's blood in the hospital. I have accepted Dr. Swansea's help. I will work at the Pembroke Hospital. I have no choice. The man knows about my condition, about what I have become. A vampire. I can't believe this. I don't know anything about this secluded medical facility. Everybody here will take me for what I'm not anymore. Jonathan E. Reed, the famous surgeon. I must lie to them all, to the patients, to the staff. This is my new home, where I will hide from all who are after me, where I will hide from everyone until I get a better understanding of what is going on. And what I see going on is a raid from crocodiles. Thank you so very much, Senny, for the raid. Really appreciate that a lot. I don't need to ask you how the end of your stream went. I was also watching. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Crocodiles' channel if you haven't before. He just finished A Plague Tale Requiem for his first time. He's doing that as part of a historical order run of heaps of different games. He's doing all these different games in timeline order. So having finished with A Plague Tale Requiem, the next game that's in that playthrough order is Kingdom Come Deliverance. And he's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. So there's also Assassin's Creed games that will be part of that playthrough as well. Also this game, including Vampyr, also games like Call of Cthulhu as well. So a big, massive project. And he's also got planned for future big projects, a contemporary timeline order, and then a futuristic timeline order as well. So definitely recommend. Wicked, there are some games that you would like to play, but you need to buy old console or power cripple your PC. Looks at original Darksiders. Oh, really? Yeah. Haven't actually played any of those. I've seen a bit of, I think, 2 and 3 being played. Lucinda coming in with the raid, but leaving for counselling in a few minutes. That is no trouble at all, Lucinda. I really hope that it all goes well for you. Thank you so much for watching. Really appreciate it. Would also like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1. She's finished the main game though, but is also going to be doing the Left Behind DLC as well. And then when that's finished, she'll be doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 2. Also a fan of the Dead Island and Dying Light series, as well as the Dishonored franchise too. A really great streamer with some cool emotes that are raccoon themed as well. So definitely recommend. And that's all good for the shout out, Lucinda. No trouble at all. I hope that everything goes well for you today. Definitely catch you again soon. Yeah, Crooked, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Long time no see. No worries at all for the shout out either, dude. No problemo. I'll be back. But you, Vampyr, will not. I will crush them like a protein bar. Thank you, Crooked, for redeeming that Arnie impression. Cheers. Hey there, Amdo. This game kind of plays like Bloodborne. Oh yeah, that's a game I've seen a bit of as well. I wouldn't mind getting to those games eventually. Because I haven't actually played a From Software game yet.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
Oh yeah, I already read that. There's a similar sign around about not coughing in public.
My blood and soul.
So many deaths. And what of my own life? The life running in your veins. This dead flesh needs it.
Oh, please spare me, Dark Queen. Spare your obedient slave.
Nurses are needed now. In the name of mercy, they depend on you. Nurses are needed now. Inquire at the nearest appointments office of the Ministry of Labour and National Service or write to 15 Kingways, London.
Fear and disgust.
Amdo, really interesting. Yeah, I like the vibe and the atmosphere and stuff as well. Crooked Bloodborne was a great game, the setting and atmosphere especially. Yeah, it definitely looked like up my alley as well, with a lot of the visuals and stuff. I'm very curious to see how many rage moments there would be when I'm playing that game, because I saw some moments where you were playing at Crooked, and I was like, yeah, I can see this being a rage moment. Especially that part where you're climbing up that long-ass ladder, and then you get to the top of the boss, and then you have to go through all this other stuff again if you die. Yeah, Dumbledore, the music in this game is great. Olivier, who did the music for it, did a great job. And it's also cool, Crooked, that you're raided, because I was going to raid you, but I didn't realize how far into A Plague Tale Requiem you were. But it's cool that you raided me, because I said earlier I'm going to raid Crocodiles, and it's a good match as well, because the composer of the music for this game also did the Plague Tale games. So it still worked. It still fit. Long letter. Birmingham, 27th of October. Hello, sis. How are things in the big city? Here in Broome, things are not good. It seems the flu is here again, and we have many new cases of infection in the neighborhood. Do you remember Ms. Scheller, the old drinking hag from the 3rd floor? She passed away 2 days ago, and her flat is already occupied again. Geez, you would have to pay me a huge amount of money to go sleep in the bed in which a woman died of the flu just a few hours ago. Sorry I did not take time to quickly answer your last letter. Between taking care of little Paul, Mum, Dad, and my job at the factory, I rarely find time to write to my favourite sister. By the way, my son says hello to his Auntie Pippa. You should see the little bugger, already driving me mad. And Mum says you bring back some of those marvellous cakes the next time you come back home. In your last letter, you told me you thought about quitting your job at the Pembroke Hospital. I have to tell you, Pip, you better think twice. There are always jobs at the factory, but wages are shit, and it's as boring as a day without a shag. Oh, I have a new fiancé, and no, I'm no slut, you moral bitch, you. So if you really want to quit and do something more useful than counting the dead every morning, maybe you better stay in London and join that band you told me about. The Garda Priven, something like that? Never heard of them, but if they are, like you said, some sort of civil militia trying to make a difference, then maybe it's a good idea, a good choice for you. Just be sure to let the others go in front. That's how my poor Billy got killed in France, by leaving too many patrols. Bloody war. Anyway, come back as soon as you can, and give me all the good news before that. I am your affectionate sister, Lucy, Paul, Mum, and Dad. What you were about to say, Olivier? That's really coolly composed for this game, too, and yet another epidemic-focused game. Exactly, dude. That's the other funny thing, too, as well. Biko, what? You heard Brum, lol, your nearest Brum, lol, Brum is in UK? Yeah, Biko, this game is primarily, mainly set in London. Yeah, you don't go anywhere, actually, outside of London. But yeah, that's cool. Crooked, a letter for me.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
No worries at all, Sydney. Dumbledore, at least you know where to go. Yeah, That's true.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
I don't like your attitude, Nurse Hawkins. Pessimism can be as lethal as the epidemic in times like these.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
In your case, Pippa, it would be a pip talk.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Pepper, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
You should be proud of what you've achieved. This hospital represents hope for many people in need of help.
Maybe you're right. But at the moment, I feel like we're just a cemetery waiting room.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
And later in the playthrough, we will be saying goodbye to Pippa permanently. Because a lot of these characters, well, all of the characters, are going to end up being embraced by a vampire.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard's syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
Hey Scar, good morning to you. How's things?
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat?
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me, for I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal, but do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't...
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
It was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
Dr. Darling, you know that voice. It's Alice Wake. Oh, really? Thelma Howcroft. Oh yeah, it is too. Checking IMDb, yeah. Yeah. She did a great job with Alice. It's a shame that Brett Madden, who played Alice in the first game, passed away. Crooked? Alice, wake up. Dun 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 dun. It's not a lake. It's an ocean. And Mita, she's the real vampire. Oh yeah, I know, right? Like, it's all just a ruse. The game makes you think that you're playing the vampire, but it's actually just a mental projection of Thelma's onto Jonathan Reed and the player, making them think that Jonathan's actually the vampire.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Alrighty then, so that is Thelma Howcroft. Thelma is affected by the Cotard syndrome and believes she is a vampire.
It's here again.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
And Mita, I like how she's like, what do you want, mortal? How dare you put yourself in front of me?
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Horcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Damn. The pain. It's here again.
About the use of garlic and wooden stakes. Dear brothers, I must now draw your attention to a very important point. The use of garlic as a protection against vampires. Let's be crystal clear on the subject. Garlic will never protect you against those creatures, no matter how fresh, how strong, and how smelly. Garlic is totally useless as a defense. I can never say enough how damaging that novel of Bram Stoker has been. Yes, of course, population of Slavic countries place garlic cloves in coffins. Yes, of course, inhabitants of Santorini Island hang garlic on their windows. There would be so much to write about this place, and someday soon. I hope to go back to this island to further explore its occult tradition. But that is not to protect the living from the devil. It is to tell the dead that they are aware of their malevolence. It is a symbol, nothing more and nothing less. So, please, by all means, yes, wear garlic, show garlic, hang garlic, and tell the shadows that you are not afraid. But if you are looking for supernatural protection, you'll have to search much deeper into the forgotten secrets of the occult tradition. For here is the truth, my fellow brothers. Garlic does not repel vampire, but all the fresh plants will hurt them. It is as if their body could not stand the presence of botanical elements. I have seen an enraged Volp flee when whacked with a rose. Yes, a simple rose. I have witnessed a violent Ekon fall down and beg for mercy when struck by a wooden stake. I don't know why it is so effective, and I would give my left arm to find the answer to that mystery. But the truth remains nevertheless. Vampires are very sensitive to fresh herbs, plants, and woods. From Facing the Shadows, How and Why by Usher Talltree, Primate of St. Paul. Crooked, you could also keep me out if there's too much garlic. That's true. It's like, what is that smell? Some vampires would probably just be repelled by the smell, not because it has any significant kind of like, you know, detrimental effect on them.
Daily routine.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, Sora, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The wet boot boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest, and then I can go back to the people who need me.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks, and I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognized Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
Alright, so we have Thomas Elwood now. Thomas sees Thelma Howcroft as living proof that there is hope for him.
It's there again.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
You are going to change your tone with me, my dear colleague, and very quickly.
I don't think so. Perhaps you think yourself protected by Dr. Swansea, but I am still a free man, and I will speak to you the way I want.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
Admit to this guy's annoying, lol. He was one of the first ones you embraced. I do not blame you one bit, dude. It's going to be so satisfying for the characters that are assholes to actually embrace them. There's going to be some characters that I'm going to, feel bad about embracing, but I have to do it for this playthrough.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd.
Admit to, yeah, you also felt bad about some of them. Yeah, they're just, hard done by people that are just trying to get by. Then you got some assholes who are just a piece of shit to people.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
This is ridiculous. My blood transfusion technique saved many lives, and you know it.
You see? That is exactly what I hate about people like you. You avoid this kind of accusation instead of facing reality.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
And that was Dr. Waverly Ackroyd. Waverly disapproves modern medicine methods. Maybe his hemorrhoids are flaring up again, which is causing him to be this way. So maybe we should call him Dr. Waverly Hemorrhoid instead of Ackroyd.
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Inmate, you read that the actor that voices Joe in this game is the same that voices King Foltest in Witcher 2? Oh, really? Yeah. I hated the kings in the Witcher series. I'm glad that they all get their, just desserts.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
You will obtain nothing from me by flattery, my young colleague.
Oh, I was not flattering you, sir. Not at all. Just clumsily expressing my sincere admiration.
I like to put a little, like, touch of, you know, assholishness into some of these responses with these characters.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True, true. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
It means, oh yeah, they're all assholes. Yeah. Hey there, Coffeeton, welcome. There are no white or black characters in Witcher universe, all have good and bad sides. That's true. At the same time, though, even if people have some good sides to them, it's the bad sides of them that can outweigh any good side in them. And there's definitely characters where they might have done some things that might have helped some people, but overall their other negative things outweigh that.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time. What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree.
But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
So now you know if you kept your hair short and picked that glasses type, that might have been you. Oh yeah. Alright, so that was Dr. Thoreau Strickland. Thoreau's experiments in blood transfusion have not been successful yet. Harvey Fiddick. Harvey is blaming himself for his injury.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
As for me, what a blundering idiot.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Ackroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is, I disagreed about wood and nails, not flesh and bones.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable, and your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
So it's a good thing you had an exceptional teacher. Above all, do no harm. Yeah. It's good to have someone that can give you some good advice.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army. Building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy. Good evening, sir.
Unfinished letter. An unfinished letter written by a hesitant or shaking hand. Pembroke Hospital, 2nd of November. My dear children, sorry I did not write to you before, but it hurts like hell just to write these few words on bloody paper. Don't worry, Daddy will go out of the hospital as soon as the doctors fix his arm. In the meantime, if you need something, go see Mr. Chadwick at the construction site and tell him you are Harvey Fiddick's children. You remember Robert Chadwick, the big guy with the mustache who helped me repair the house doors last spring? Go see him and ask for a few bob. He won't refuse to spare you a few. I'm sorry I can't work anymore for now, but we'll figure out something as soon as I'm out. Don't worry, everything will be fine as soon as Daddy's arm is strong again. As soon as the doctors have fixed my arm, Hey there, Rosie. Welcome on in. How's things going? Any vampirism?
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
If you are going to lead this surgery, I'm trusting you to assume the consequences of your actions, whatever the result.
I'm not the kind of man who runs away from his responsibilities, Dr. Reed. There is no need for you to be looking over my shoulder.
No, it'll be you that will have to look over your own shoulder.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later. Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
Good evening, sir.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Sweet girl. Reads me like a book. Never could keep anything from her.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here, then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'll let you get some rest, then.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
Really?
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
So there we have Beatrice Goswick. Beatrice questions the Pembroke Hospital's efficiency, and her son Mortimer Goswick. No hints for him. photography in a wallet. A photography of a smiling and loving couple with a few words written on the back. Milton and Pippa forever.
So, Mr. Hooks and Nurse Hawkins are an item. Those two have hidden their affections well. Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Scar, it's kind of new to see me play this game. Assassin's Creed Tomb Raider has been necessarily a main games, kinda. Well, even when I started streaming in 2016, I was doing different games like Alan Wake, Dead Rising as well, Prince of Persia as well, and all that kind of stuff. It was only when it was like 2018, I think, when I started having dedicated days every week, the whole year to Assassin's Creed and Tomb Raider. But I think this is the second year since stopping that as well. So I still play those games, of course, but I don't have, like, for example, it used to be every Saturday and Sunday was Assassin's Creed, every single weekend. Like, regardless of anything else, it was always that. And then Tomb Raider was always like, it started off being on a Thursday, but then I moved it to a Friday, and then it was Tomb Raider every Friday, without question, you know, and all that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, I've always been a variety streamer, not just sticking to those three franchises and, you know, playing different kinds of games and all that kind of stuff as well.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
A funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is, we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
Scar, it's cool to see you play other games. Yeah. I will be doing my annual playthroughs of Assassin's Creed soon, though, because I've got 17 games to get through. But this year I won't be doing them all back to back. I've separated them into groups. So I'll do one group, and then do some other games in between, and then the next group, and so on and so forth. Then there's also a lot of games that are celebrating anniversaries that I want to get to as well. Some are Assassin's Creed games, one is a Tomb Raider game, but then there's also other ones as well. Like Until Dawn, Dead Rising 2, they're celebrating anniversaries. Alan Wake 1, got to do more playthroughs of those. Their anniversaries. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory celebrates its 20th. Ah, Dorothy Crane. Hadn't read about her. Okay, where is he? Here we go. Rakesh Chidana. Rakesh is not afraid of death since he served as a medic. Look, darling, the categories are play AC1 to AC4 and AC Unity to Mirage, so no Rogue this year either. Oh, definitely not. No Rogue. No Shadow either. Won't be playing that. But yeah, the only games I'll be doing in a different order than I usually do is Mirage and Valhalla. I want to see how it feels doing the prequel game first, Mirage, and then doing Valhalla. But yeah, the groupings will be AC1, Bloodlines 2, Brotherhood, Revelations 3, and then the next group will be Liberation, Black Flag, and Unity, and then the next group will be Syndicate and the Chronicles trilogy, and then the next group after that will be Origins, Odyssey, Mirage, and then Valhalla.
I'm sorry you ended up with
I will not let you down, my boy.
crumpled letter about Milton Hooks. Dear love, I finally found the missing money for the fee asked by the ambulance driver to bring you to the hospital. Don't worry about nothing now except getting better, for I took care of everything. I asked some of our neighbours, and they told me that this Mr. Hooks is something of an honest crook. He may ask for extra money in exchange for a bed, but the bed is then guaranteed. I'm sorry I refused to pay first, and I realise now that the important thing is that you get better soon. The Pembroke Hospital is a good place, I heard, despite the bad behaviour of this Milton Hooks. I promise you that everything is okay now. I'll see you in your clean bed as soon as possible. With fondest love, Nikolai. In Meta, you played Mirage before Valhalla, actually. Oh, cool. So, having played Mirage first, and then Valhalla, how did you feel about Basim at the start of Valhalla already knowing what was going on with him? Because there's a certain look that Basim gives to Eivor at a certain point in the story that when I played Valhalla, it made me realize that Basim was seeing something in Eivor, and the reaction that he had didn't quite fit how he had been acting up until that point. Crooked Milton Hooks has two parts. The Milton and the Hooks. Speaking of Milton Hooks.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet, with all the money, and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
In Meta, around the time Mirage came out, you were about to finish your first playthrough of Odyssey, and then jumped to Mirage, and after that you played Valhalla. Oh yeah, that's definitely fair.
Do you know that Nurse Hawkins is thinking of leaving the hospital?
That's not a surprise. We've talked about it already.
Does it not bother you?
Sometimes I think she may be right. We should run away while we can. Question is, where can we go? Where is it safe?
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
In Mitra, it felt like the events flowed more naturally, although Basim looks different in Valhalla. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's quite an age increase as well in how Basim looks between the two games. But yeah, it's interesting seeing him when he's much younger and his evolution and his character arc of how he learns what's going on and all that kind of stuff.
Admit it. Nurse Hawkins is more than your lover. She's also your partner in crime.
Of course she is. How else could I tell which bed is free? I need to know that.
Have you no shame?
Don't you see this city is crumbling down? Today people are ready to pay to get a hospital bed. Tomorrow we may be fighting for food.
Tell me why you're extorting money from some of the patients here.
If a patient wants a bed, he'll have to pay me a little fee. That's all.
Where did you get the idea for such an immoral scam?
Funny you should ask. The first time it was from a patient who bribed me to get a bed. It's only then I realized I could make a fortune.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
Always look on the bright side of life. Hey there, Shaky. You always wanted to try this. It's a good game. I played it the first time last year, and I got the bad ending. But there's 4 endings, and so I'm going for the worst ending now. Crooked Basm's age depiction is a bit funny to you after the historical order run, because there's only about 10 years between the start of Mirage and Valhalla, even though he looks like he's in his early 20s in Mirage, and then maybe 40s to 50s in Valhalla. I guess he didn't age very gracefully, lol. No, that's true as well. Yeah, and it's funny as well, like there's other games where you have a recurring character where they do some funny stuff. Like, for example, Sam Fisher in the Splinter Cell games. When it gets to Splinter Cell Conviction, the 5th game in the series, the progression of how he looks and his aging is actually really, really well done. But then you get the 6th game where it looks like they've de-aged him by 20 years and then just had him dye his hair grey. So in Blacklist, he just looks like a 30-year-old who dyed their hair grey. There's nothing about the character that would make you think that they're as old as they're supposed to be. So they've kind of, tried to retcon his look to not be as older, and all that kind of stuff. That's right, Shaky, yeah, the worst ending. That's what we're going for. There's also like a trophy that you can get as part of that too, so that's the London's Burning trophy. Crooked, you had another look, and he's supposed to be 17 when he kills the dude in the beginning, so he would have to be 27 in Valhalla. Right, that'd be a Grand Park 27. Holy freaking shit. Bloody hell. Shaky, does that involve turning everyone? It involves... Well, it's funny because the way that I read it when I looked it up, you can get the trophy from having all the districts fail, but you don't necessarily have to do it by turning everyone into a vampire or embracing them and killing them. You could just let all the people who are sick eventually just die naturally and other things. But yeah, you don't have to make sure that everyone in the game gets embraced. So I figured for this playthrough I'd do more than just get the trophy and make sure that every single person in this game gets embraced. And me too, you guess people aged differently back then? Very differently.
Goodbye, Milton.
Milton Hooks. Milton's reputation is mediocre among his colleagues. Milton runs rackets on some of the Pembroke's patients, and Milton and Nurse Hawkins are a couple. So I'm not going to embrace him at this point, but we do have him to full XP, so we found all the hints, and that will mean that we get the maximum XP from him when we actually embrace him eventually. Same with Pippa Hawkins as well. Pippa has felt useless as a nurse since the beginning of the epidemic. Pippa saves beds for patients who can pay. Pippa is thinking about quitting the Pembroke Hospital, and Pippa and Milton Hooks are a couple. So we can also get the maximum XP from her when the time's right. Same with Harvey Fiddick, actually. Harvey will not be able to feed his family as long as his arm is still injured. Harvey is blaming himself for his injury. Harvey's wife died during the war. Crooked Mirage was supposed to be 20 years before Valhalla, so to start in 852, which would make him 37 in Valhalla and makes a lot more sense, but because the death of al-Mutawakkil happened in 861, they used that as a starting point, despite the inconsistency with Basim's age. He found this post going into more detail. When Mirage was announced, narrative director Sarah Beaulieu claimed that Mirage was set 20 years before Valhalla, which makes complete sense. The game would start with 17-year-old Basim, 852, and would presumably end in 861. Except there's a problem. Al-Mutawakkil's death historically happens in 861, and Basim kills him as a teenager. That means that the entirety of AC Mirage happens in 861. So Basim starts off as a teenager, joins the assassins, grows a humongous beard, and it becomes a master assassin in a matter of months. You heard that right. Also, you are now led to believe that this grandpa is a 27-year-old man. And it would have been far more interesting if Al-Mutawakkil was the antagonist of this game, being the head of the Order of the Ancients, or puppet still, and his death was motivated by Basim's personal vengeance for his father, that was never credited for the construction of the Mosque of Samarra, just that it was commissioned by Al-Mutawakkil. Well, there we go. Thanks for linking that.
You are going to reveal all your secrets to me, even the darkest thoughts in your heart.
My blood and soul, they belong to you now.
The life running in your veins. This dead flesh needs it.
Oh, please spare me, Dark Queen. Spare your obedient slave.
Pretty intense roleplay they got going on. Shaky, you should do a chat vote style playthrough for this. You could call it Reader's Choice. Using Dr. Reed. No, that's not. Pippa. Crooked, no worries. It's just so interesting, you know, like, how hard is it to make these things actually fit? No, that's not her.
My blood and soul.
Characters actually wander a little, so it's hard to know exactly where every single one of them are. Because the first time I spoke to... here she is.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes? Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke. But we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Shaky, uncanny valley lady. It's so funny. Wasn't Polar Express one of the first movies where that was sort of like a thing? Hey there, Lone Star. How's things going?
Milton cheats patients out of their money at this hospital, Pippa. Are you his accomplice?
Yes, I am.
Is this your definition of being useful? By abusing the sick and poor?
No. It is my definition of getting out of this useless life once and for all.
Oh, nice, Lone. That's cool. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. As for me, I'm doing well. Doing my second playthrough of Vampyr to get the worst ending and the trophy for London's burning, which you need to get all the districts to fail.
Why do you do it?
Why not? Most of the sick who paid for a bed are already dead, or will be soon. Don't you see the futility of all this?
How can you be affected by the misery around you, and be so heartless at the same time? Which is the real you, Nurse Hawkins?
I could ask you the same question, Dr. Reed. Are you more real when you lie to a dying patient, or when you grant him useless medication?
Whose idea was it?
What difference does it make? We did it together, and I'm guilty as charged.
Answer my question.
It was my idea first, even though Milton would say it was his, to protect me.
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
A used hacksaw. A surgical hacksaw able to cut through bone. T. Elwood's medical file. Patient Thomas Elwood, male, age 28. Followed by Dr. Tippett's. Status, convalescence. Date of admission, September 16th. Date of release to be determined. Notes. The patient's face has been heavily burnt and disfigured by a bomb during the war. Even with the use of the strongest sedatives, he affirms to regularly endure severe pain from the wounds, as if the flames are still burning under the skin, he says. Examinations of the cicatrized tissues shows no trace of inflammation, infection, or swelling. Scars are clean. Could it be a case of persisting nerve damage? The patient never ceases to blame himself for his disfiguration. Could it be a case of guilt of the survivor? Phantom pain manifesting as punishment for not dying with his comrades? Bottle of cheap gin. A half-empty bottle of cheap gin. This item can be recycled into components. Small bottle. Average resale value. This item can be recycled into components.
I wish I could be sick again. Feel my blood boil with the fever.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Why do you feel responsible for the injury, Thomas? What really happened?
I wasn't disfigured by any German shells. It happened during my leave. It was an accident.
Why lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans, and it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
You know you can't hide forever. One day you'll have to face your loved ones. Until that day, you have no chance of real recovery.
My friends all died in the trenches. It's shameful enough to be alive with these stupid scars. I don't want my children to see me like this.
Tell me what really happened then.
I went with a whore in Rouen. Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room. The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
Why do you feel responsible?
I wasn't.
You told me before you don't want your children to see you like this. Do you have any other family?
My sister Agatha has raised me nippers since their mother died. Don't want them to look at me like this.
How could children despise their father injured in the war?
What do you think? They saw me. Once. My poor angels left the room crying. They keep on having nightmares every week, my sister told me.
Your sister's not a child. I'm sure she has nothing but respect for a wounded soldier, and you are her brother.
You don't know my sister Agatha. She may be young, but she's all discipline and morality. If she ever found out what really happened...
She doesn't have to know.
She's a sly one, my sister. One day she'll find out the truth and knock 7 bells out of me. Nah. I'm better off here.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Damn. The pain. It's here again.
Alright, so Thomas Elwood is now at the fullest XP, but we won't be embracing him just yet in the playthrough. Thomas feels responsible for his disfiguration during the war. Thomas feels too ashamed by his injury to see his family. Thomas sees Thelma Halcroft as living proof that there is hope for him. Doctor's nameplates: Dr. Tippett, Dr. Strickland, and Dr. Ackroyd. Jonathan's nameplate: Dr. Reed.
It's locked.
Dr. Swansea's nameplate: Dr. Swansea. Hey Lucinda, welcome back. You've returned from counselling and you're having your lunch? Oh, very nice. I hope it all went well. I hope you're enjoying your lunch. Vampire's going great. Have we not got to the part where we're making those decisions yet? Not yet, no. There's actually a system where if you want to get the full XP for embracing a character, there's hints about them you need to find. And there's a few characters we've already unlocked all the hints for. So Harvey Fiddick, for example, we found out all the hints about him. So that means his blood quality is the fullest. So we'll get 1,000 XP for actually embracing him. But there's also the health of the district as well. So I'm going to hold off for a little bit until actually starting to turn these characters. And then you get a character like this guy who we don't have any hints yet. But if you wanted to, you could embrace this guy and just get the 500 XP. But yeah, if you really want to get the most XP, you got to get all the hints about all the characters. And then embrace them.
Not now. Please come back later. I'm busy right now. Not now.
Leave me alone. I'm busy.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
And Mita, not now, I'm busy, mate. Bloody hell. Can't a guy get 5 minutes of peace? Article on Econs. It is a rare opportunity and almost a privilege to approach a vampire to observe their most intriguing physical and psychological traits with a scientific and rational eye. Here are some of the most fascinating abilities I've personally observed over the last 10 years while interviewing a few vampires, or Econ, as they prefer to call themselves. Supernatural speed. A vampire can act and move like a mortal in all his actions, but the trained eye will spot that they have the keenest senses and can react quicker than any mortal. On a few occasions, alarm, surprise, necessity to flee, I have seen a vampire move so quickly it is almost as if he had vanished just to reappear somewhere else. The human eye cannot follow their movements when they act so quickly, but it is not a teleport or dematerialization. It is only a supernatural speed. For me, it is a cat-like attribute, which allows them to run, dodge, or jump longer and faster than us. I also notice that such speed seems to exhaust them, and that they are bound to physical limitations. Mesmerism. One of the most powerful abilities a vampire can deploy is the capacity to force a mortal to obey them. I call this trait mesmerism, but it has nothing to do with the mortal ability to alter a subject's mental state. A vampire can bend a mortal to their will, and they can even break a mind. A vampire I interviewed even told me the more a subject tries to resist, the more permanent the damage will be, as if the vampire could literally fracture their target's psyche. The same vampire explained to me that this ability required time to master, and that the result could vary widely from one subject to another. Implant a false memory, erase a painful one, the possibilities are endless and frightening. Blood awareness. This may be the most catastrophic ability of all, concerning vampires, since it is the cause of so many tragedies for them and us. Vampires crave for blood. They must use their will to restrain themselves from frenziedly drinking every drop of blood they can see. They need blood to function, and to express their full supernatural traits. A famished vampire can be very weak, even if he cannot die of hunger or thirst. This urge, this need for blood, may explain why a vampire is so aroused by it. A vampire confessed to me that blood could sometimes blind him, since its smell and attractiveness could be so strong. When he focuses, a vampire can almost see blood all around them, inside warm bodies, through walls, on a supposedly clean weapon, etc. The same vampire even told me that he can see if a mortal has clean blood or is ill, and that in some cases he can even sense diseases, infected clothes, or even items in a room. If this is true, it could have so many medical applications it almost beggars belief.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
And me to imagine if they set a coffin for him here. That'd be so funny as well. Got like, you know, velvet insides and everything. Lucinda, Interview with the Vampire. Wasn't that a movie or something? It sure was, Lucinda. Yeah. Yeah, it started as a novel as part of a wider series called The Vampire Chronicles. And in 1994, it was made into a movie with Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise, Antonio Banderas. Who else was in it? You also had Kirsten Dunst as well. Was one of her early roles. Dumbledore, a book and a movie? That's right, yeah. Yeah, I read the book a very long time ago. And the movie is probably one of my favourite vampire movies. And mate, this reminds you of Regis in Blood and Wine when he tells Geralt, "You're starting to smell tasty." That's a good point. Yeah, he was a good character, Regis. It's in a nice, lot of big names. Absolutely. Yeah. They did a sequel novel, and then the third novel was called Queen and the Damned. But when they did the movie version, they skipped the Vampire Lestat, which was the second book, and did the Queen and the Damned. But they took elements from the second book and mixed it in with the third. It wasn't as good. It still had its moments, but it was definitely an early 2000s movie, that's for sure. Crafting. You first need to analyze the components you found to unlock new recipes. Click on the To Analyze components. Blood sample of William Bishop. A fresh sample of William Bishop's blood in a small tube. Analyze to view blueprints. Light Regeneration Serum. Regenerate 300 health points instantly, then 150 health points over 15 seconds.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
Alright. Let's have a look-see here. Alright, blood capacity. Plus 5% blood. Increase your blood capacity. Hard biting. Increase the damage inflicted when using bite in combat. Plus 100% damage. Body condition. Plus 50 health. Increase your health. Alright, so physical prowess, 15 plus 15% endurance. Increase your stamina.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
That we will find out in my playthrough next Tuesday. This is where I'm going to call it a stream. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. The next scheduled stream you'll see from me will be Red Dead Redemption 2. Shaky, so Anthony Howell is the VA for Reed. You swear he sounds like another voice actor, maybe the guy who does Raziel in Soul Reaver. Could be, actually. I mean, I don't really know if he did that role or not, but there definitely is a similar, sound and stuff. Oh, sorry, Lucinda, I missed your comment. Interesting. Yeah, it's so funny how they do that. There's some really good songs in that movie and on the soundtrack as well, in Queen of the Damned. It's probably one of those situations where, like, I enjoy the movie for what it is, but it's definitely not a good adaptation of the source material. But it's got a really cool soundtrack, because Lestat gets woken up by, in the novel, it's rock and roll that he gets woken up by, but in the movie version they made it metal, heavy metal that he gets woken up by. Shaky, this guy does do a ton of voice acting, to be fair. Most surprising, you think, was him voicing Morgoth in Elden Ring. That's true. Yeah, Shaky, he was really good as Samuels in Alien Isolation, the android, as well as Call of Cthulhu as the main character, Edward Pierce, as well. Oh, that's all good for the stream, Lucinda. Absolutely no worries at all. Shaky, unscheduled Alpha Protocol by surprise, maybe? Joking. Well, hey, I mean, you never know. Because sometimes it just depends, But I still might do, early morning my time streams as well. But they're sort of like random and when I feel like it and all that kind of stuff. But you never know. Lucinda, well, at least it has some redeeming qualities. Exactly. Yeah. Got some good artists on there. Disturbed had a song. Korn had a song. I mean, Jonathan Davis, the lead singer of Korn, he actually also worked on the soundtrack with Jonathan Gibbs, I think, was the name of the composer that he worked with. Lone can't beat the metal. It reminds me of that Tenacious D song, The Metal. Such a good one, that one. That's okay in Mita for the stream. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. And thank you so much, Shaky. Thank you for the kind words. Okay, so we're going to go and raid out to Queen of Skeletons. She's playing a game that I've never seen before called Biomutant. She's also a really big fan of Anthony Howell's work, who plays the main character in this game. And she's played this game quite a few times as well and enjoys it, so we'll raid out to Queen of Skeletons. Before we do that though, just want to give some shout outs. Would like to highly recommend people check out AC, who's doing GTA 5, been doing the online mode, in Mita, who's doing a playthrough of Mafia, Crocodiles, who finished off his playthrough of A Plague Tale Requiem. Next up, he's got Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first one that he's doing a playthrough of. Lucinda has finished off the main game with The Last of Us Part 1, but she'll be doing the DLC Left Behind as well, and then moving on to The Last of Us Part 2. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banishers, Ghost in New Eden. Scar has been doing Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, and Shaky has been doing Far Cry 6. So definitely recommend checking out all those streams if you haven't before. Shaky Biomutant, what a weird experience. Oh, was it? It looks interesting, like the graphical, the art style and everything, and all that kind of stuff. Never actually seen it before, so don't really know too much about it. You love the gameplay and crafting the narrative. It's not so good, is it? Oh, that's fair enough. And that's no worries at all for the shout out in Meta. No problem, dude. Oh, thank you, Shaky. Yeah, thanks for sending that. I'll definitely have a look at that soon. And no worries at all for the shout out either, Shaky. More than happy to give you one. Here's a general raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste. I'll also put one in for subscribers as well. Don't have any emotes about vampires, but I do have some horror emotes, so I'll put those in chat. No worries at all, Senny, for the shout out either, dude. Thank you for the raid as well.